Yo, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Excuse me. Man. Yo. I'm about to sleep. Well, then go to sleep, sir. Excuse me. We're just gonna be chilling, like the usual. Yo, good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Excuse me. Two years younger than you. Well, sir, we all get there. You gotta take it easy. The back is a very precious thing. Yeah, have a good night, man. Peace, peace. You gotta take it slow. The back is a precious thing. Just try this for today. Aren't we all? That's what being a gamer does to you. You gotta take care of your spine. Your spine's all fucked. Yeah, everyone's got to, I made an oopsie a few days ago where I, like, slid down in my chair and it actually, like, aggravated my back and now it's hurting again. It is no longer what I thought it was, so I kind of just, like, jumped the gun a bit. I thought since, hey, it's not so painful, I could probably be a little bit more limber, but apparently not. So we'll see what the guy says today. Whoopsies. I'm a dumbass. But yeah, take it easy, man. Everyone should strive for good health. Good health, good chilling, good mental state, you know what I mean? Excuse me. You know what? It's not gonna work. This could actually work as a thunderer. I'm just waking up right now. I've got the sniffles. The sniffles. The fetid sniffles. I was a little bit under the weather in the morning. Got the boogers. Ew. It's not really a pose. Yeah, well, Thanksgiving was yesterday, but yes, sir. Or was it yesterday? I think it was, right? Not for us. That's just not really a pose. That is not a pose at all. You could definitely make reloading poses with this, but you'd have to, like, chop away a lot of stuff. Anyways. Yeah, Thanksgiving was yesterday. Turkey Day. PETA Turkey Awareness Day. PETA Turkey Awareness Day. Don't eat the turkeys. They have families. Which, turkeys are cool, but you gotta love the animals, even if they're tasty. Which they are, unfortunately. They're very, very tasty. Super yummy. Super yum yum turkey. Some people don't like turkey when they say they could have, like, chicken, which I don't blame them, but yeah. Yeah, these are Dwarf Warriors now. I gotta do about 20 of them. Even though it's more of a cop-out to have Dwarf Warriors like this, but it's fine. Good morning, Yo-Yo. You could just cheese them and not take Dwarf Warriors, but we're gonna take Dwarf Warriors. Do they still make you pay for WoW membership? I think they do, right? Like $10 a month, $15 a month. That was my go-to game before League of Legends. That was like my addiction. Warhammer and WoW. And that was my shit for many, many years. $15, yeah. Well, I'm sure it's gone up in price, right? But, yeah. If Riot can somehow make an MMO free, it might kill a lot of other things. If they could ever make it free, that'd be insane. Although, you know, there's no dwarves in it, but, like, yeah. Frog, hello, sir. Good morning. Yeah, MMOs are great, but they're more of a marathon type of deal. You kind of have to keep up with them. Just slow burn it, as it should be, but... Corgi's a rat. He's a Skaven parading as a dwarf. Stolen dwarf technology. The ancestral gyrocopter. Ludus. Hello, buddy. Although it's not very ancestral, it's more of a newer invention, but you know. Yeah. This is going to be a mix, I'm not sure. The main hold of this force is Zufbar, but I'm kind of doing it based on lore, so it's just going to be a mix of different holds, most likely. Yeah, I'm not really keen on doing, like, cohesive army schemes, at least for the dwarves. If I was playing something like Empire, we'd do, like, Reichland or, you know, something like that, where it'd be a little bit more dialed in, the state's colors. But this is Zufbar, for sure. That's like the main hold. So it's like a white and a teal. If you want to go that route. Which, again, people do like painting armies in cohesive colors, but not for this. Well, it could be a mix of anything. I have to go back to the book to see which holds are currently going down to, like, reclaim this settlement, but Karak Kadrin actually brought in, I think they brought in, like, Doomseekers and something else, but, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean they're from Karak Kadrin, but they certainly, had moved out of Karak Kadrin. It's just color schemes in dwarf armies aren't necessarily always, like, a cohesive thing, that's why. You'll have a lot of armies kind of painted around a color scheme, so it's, like, visually appealing, but I want to do something a little bit more, like, lore-friendly. If I can. But yeah, we'll see. I'm not sure yet. It's a bit of a ways away. This army isn't entirely unachievable. It's just, you know, 4 artillery, 4 gyros, maybe like 40 to 60 dwarf infantry, about 5 characters, roughly, and then, like, terrain markers. It's not unachievable. So... We'll see how it goes. A bit of a slog, though, for sure. Every army's a bit of a slog. Ornn's a demigod, but he's coded as a dwarf. Drinking, grumpy, craftsman, wants to be left alone in his mountain. It's very dwarf coded. But he's not a dwarf. No. Certainly, but not. Let's do Scowl Mold. Oh my god, voice crack. Holy fuck, that was terrible. Scowl Mold! Let's do this. I keep thinking I'm hearing Mochi, but it's not him. I'm hearing the demons. They're at my door. They're clawing at the walls. Speaking of demons clawing at the walls, I think the final season of, like, Stranger Things is supposed to be on. I think it's out today, if I'm not mistaken. Which, I haven't really seen a show in about a year. And I've got Netflix cards that my uncle gave me for, like, a birthday years ago. I may cash them in. Because I have not seen any Stranger Things in, well, since the last time it was out. Which was years ago. It's a good show. I like it. I don't even know what Netflix puts out anymore. I haven't been on that platform in so long. I haven't been on there in ages. It's been a hot minute. I still have those, yeah. I have a bunch. I just don't know where they are. Let me actually put something on screen so I can keep track of what I'm doing. Sure. I'm not selling anything now. I don't think I'd sell my squats. I'd actually probably repurpose them into like an army. I don't think I really like the Votan, to be honest. Their aesthetic is too organized. It's too like modern 40k. I kind of like the old like rogue trader individualized heraldic armor of like the old squats. Like the infantry for the squats, like the brotherhoods with the little dinky, you know, yellow helmets and like the flak vests. Those are a little bit more, you know, uniform, but the exosuits are amazing. The exosuits, the Hearthguard are like top tier from the squad army from way back when. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's such a long ways away. I'm just not sure what I want to do with them. Because I'd rather kind of build out old world armies like royal clans, expeditionary force, maybe a slayer host. I'd like literally every army from like, you know, mountain holds. Yeah, Leagues of Votan is not like aesthetically they work. They're fine. They're very industrialized and, you know, bent for spacefaring and waging war and, you know, mineral extraction. But they're a little bit too uniform for me. Amazon is good. I like Amazon. The Amazon service isn't so terrible, to be honest. It's a nice little free thing that you get with like Prime. I don't know if it's I mean it's probably baked into the price that you pay, but some people don't even watch that series. I mean, they might release old school versions of them, though, because, like, in the Votan Codex, the very first one, there's a spread of, like, different types of infantry, and there's, like, clearly a callback to, like, the old Rogue Trader squats. So who knows? It'd be cool to see a very modernized, you know, take on, like, well, not modernized, but more of, like, an updated, you know, VU, you could say, for something, from Rogue Trader. Just like an HD upgrade. That'd be fun. I just have no clue if they'd ever do that, but, you know, a one-off model would be really dope. Like, just do a bunch of, like, a one infantry or, like, an exobot or something. Like, that'd be cool as shit. The older stuff is very, like, tight-knit. It's very tiny. Very compact compared to, like, the Votan stuff, which is a bit more limber. So if you put, like, an exobot next to a Hearthguard, they would look very different. They wouldn't really look the same. But if you had a squad of them, that'd be cool as shit. Yeah, I could see that. Talking about the old squat stuff. The old, it was a little bit more, I don't know, I guess you could say a bit more RPG-ish, maybe. You probably did have a lot more options. Yeah. It was very, that was like typical old 40k though, right? Like, old anything from way back when had like a million different things you could do. Tons of different like vehicle rules and everything, and it was a more flavorful time, but it was a very dense time for like rules. It only makes sense that over time they'd kind of like whittle that away and make it a bit more modernized, a bit more mainstream. You know, you can kind of just jump into it and say, hey, let's play 40k. Or let's play fantasy, whatever it may be. But, you know, I'm sure your rules-dense games right now are like, what, Old World and Horus Heresy? I've never played a Heresy, so I can't attest to that completely, but from what I've heard, it's supposed to be like very, like, typical older 40k. Did they ever bring back blast templates for 40k? It's insane to think that that's not a thing, at least the last time I was playing. I cannot remember. It's a keyword, not a... It's so lame. It should be a template, man. That's so weird. Templates are fun. Even Warhammer Fantasy does it still. You've got templates in that game. Which, well, it's supposed to be a throwback, right? It's not supposed to be something like modernized or anything, but... Yeah. 40k is like with the times. It's certainly a little bit more inviting. I want to try and get Ivana to play AOS, though. She'd never play 40k, but AOS and maybe Old World, I'm not sure. Just gotta get back on that train. Well, the new Night Hunt book had come out, so... I don't even have an Age of Sigmar army anymore. Spearhead would be good, yeah. She used to play, I mean, we used to do smaller games of AOS when she was into it, with, like, minis and stuff like that, but it's been a while. The armies I would play are just kind of, like, void now. Cities of Sigmar got, like, a complete overhaul where, like, a lot of their units are very segmented. It's like the humans are the humans, the dwarves are the dwarves, the elves are the elves. You don't really have so much overlap in terms of, like, rule melding. All my combos are gone. Like, the very typical castle, Hurricanum, Iron Drakes, Runesmith, you know, kind of march it up the middle of the board, have a bunch of chaff take, like, left and right field. A lot of the stuff I played at one point is just gone. So I'm just going to go back to Fantasy, which is my love. I haven't played Fantasy since, like, 8th edition, so it's been, like, what, 10 years? A little over 10 years, I think. I do not remember much, unfortunately. It's been so long. I need to jump back in. I gotta relearn the old world and then play some games. Yeah, we're good, sir. I've got a back appointment today as well. Although my back's to be honest, has gotten a little bit worse. I fucked it up like 2 days ago again. Hammers. Hammers in Old World are interesting. You gotta kind of banner them out and give them some runes and pray you find the right thing to beat up. They're always very expensive, as they should be, but, you know. I'm not taking pills for this now. Oh yeah, in AOS, I mean, everything's a little bit more lenient in AOS. It's like, do I need melee? Do I need melee? Well, you've got, like, iron breakers and hammers. That's pretty much it. And then, like, longbeards. All that stuff is going to get squatted out. Age of Sigmar is getting, you know, next year, like, I'm sure, and everyone agrees, a new dwarf book. All of those dwarves are going to get squatted out. Next year is the final year for any, I'm sure, Warhammer Fantasy stuff in Age of Sigmar. Considering the old world is kind of back in full force and everyone's, like, enjoying it. And there's now no reason to keep, like, fantasy things in Age of Sigmar. So come next year, I'm glad I gave up on the army, to be honest, because it's just gone. You know, if I want to play Age of Sigmar, I'm just going to play AOS. I'm going to build an army that resembles, you know, Sigmar and not fantasy. Well, there's been leaks and stuff as well, where, like, the main thing in Age of Sigmar for dwarves is that Hashut kind of made himself known. I think it was that Valea and Gazul, so, like, Lord of the Underearth, the Lord of the Dwarven Afterlife, like, the traversing of the afterlife, right? Like, he guides you, like, what's his name from mythology? Karen, or whatever his name is now a big player again, supposedly, so that's pretty cool. So, you're almost guaranteed to get new dwarf units. The leaks have said, we're gonna get new dwarf units. It makes sense, right? Who's their biggest shame, you know, finally making their presence known? Chaos Dwarves. What do the dwarves do in response? Try to one-up them, I'm sure. So while Grimnir's dead, Grungnir is often shaman forging fucking mechanical marvels, and Valaya somehow came back. I haven't read into how she did, but yeah, it's time for a resurgence of, like, you know, classic dwarves, and we'll see what they're up to. But yeah, they most likely are getting all that stuff, though. Like, there's no reason they wouldn't. It has been a hot minute since I've read AOS, but the new, Hashut book is, quite interesting. It's like, we're the inheritors of the dwarves. When chaos swept the world, we hunkered down and did what dwarves do best, which is wait things out. Right? Weather the storm. Fight back the tides of chaos at all cost. So, you know, we'll see what the actual dwarves have to say about that. That's pretty... I'm sure that's what's going to happen. Going to be a dick measuring contest. The hate for the Chaos Dwarves, like, transcends a world dying. You know, it's always in the, whenever you've got army books, they always try to ham their army up. It's like, they made Hashut be a little bit more, like, you're supposed to be sympathetic to him. Like all the other gods kind of like bullied him and said, no, this realm isn't good enough for you. You're going to go tame beasts in this shithole. And, you know, him being all humble and stuff, he's like, I will gladly go do that. It's like, right, okay. Okay, Hashut. Yeah, it's just going to be a big dwarf war. It'll be interesting to see what they do. Like, I'm genuinely excited for Age of Sigmar. Soul Hunter Loser. Ibuprofen. I've taken ibuprofen. Yeah, we're early here. We usually are, just a little bit. But yeah, supposedly we're getting a bunch of, like, Grungni-made things, I would assume. Volaya's going to be a player. Again, I don't even know how she came back. Last time I heard of her, she was in, like, Nagash's clutches. I haven't really read much of, the story of AOS since, like, the early stuff, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do. Excuse me. The alerts are broken. They're completely, well, they're not broken, but they're a little off and on. Even on the main channel, they're kind of fucked up. But did somebody just sub? Did they really? You sure? I've got follower alerts on here, which I see follows, so thank you, folks. This is not the right one. This is soap. Did someone sub? I have no clue. It doesn't even show up in chat. It may be old. It may be an old resub. Sometimes they show up late. That's probably it. Should probably just use the knife. No, yeah, you're good, man. You're way good. It's kind of early or kind of late for everyone, so I don't blame you. It is early or it is late. One of the two. Hmm. Sometimes the issue with these kits, you know what? There's actually such an interesting thing that kind of pisses me off with like GW kits, which I think a lot of people would probably agree if you scrutinize pieces a bit more. Yeah, you're good, man. Peace, buddy. Peace, peace. The kits are sometimes just thrown into boxes, and they scrape alongside each other and just break parts, or they damage pieces. And it's like, for how much you pay, they should come with, like, dividers. Which I think some of the newer kits have, like, I think they've got, like, wax paper or something between them, so they're not, like, so abrasive on one another. But they really just haphazardly throw things in there, and then it's like, well, you've got fucked up pieces, dented pieces, broken pieces. Like, damn, dude, this shit's $100. Throw some paper in there. That'd be awesome. It's not that everyone would care about that, but, you know. It'd be a good touch for how much you pay. Geronimo, hello, sir. We are building Dwarf Warriors. Warhammer Fantasy / Old World Dwarf Warriors. 20 of them. So we've got a lot of building to do. Building at 6 a.m. on a weekday. Ay, ay, ay. Things do not get better. Yes, dwarves are goated. 20 Dwarf Warriors, though, that's a can of worms to finish. Yeah, so we gotta finish these, and then I gotta do a bunch of other stuff. I think I'll most likely just be bouncing around different things, because dialing in for one thing completely is just kind of a tedium that can weigh on you. So I gotta do some metals and resin as well with this army. Bit of everything. Ye good old classic 3 mediums army. Yeah, this should be good for now. Mostly. Just given starter kit, but I don't have money right now for the rest. You don't even need to go all in, man. You really don't. It's good to start small. A lot of people just tend to get too much and then it weighs them down, which 99% of the people in this hobby will agree with. If anything, that's a blessing. You know, start small. Don't be worried about having to own and like tons of things, you know. You work with what you got and then you move on to the next thing, right? Which is ideal for this hobby, but many people don't follow that. I, for one, certainly don't. Did you end up getting tools and things as well? Yeah. Well, the problem with the tools is that they're as much as the miniatures. That's the fucking issue. You can get them on, you know, discount or, you know, find places that will sell them for a very reasonable price, but yeah, the hobby is very not beginner friendly, not very budget friendly, unfortunately. Yeah, the tools are usually a problem. But, you know, if you do get a good pair of, like, blades and clippers and whatnot, you could be pretty much set for a while. Which is good. Yeah, you don't need to buy GW branded anything. There is no, I need to buy this because I'm using this type of deal. You just kind of buy what works for you and what your budget allows. Some of the best tools don't even come from GW. Although that's not saying much, but... Worm, hello, sir. Yeah, if you want to go for a little bit of a toolkit, clippers, a blade, some glue, and some sandpaper. Well, so I'll say this. You don't need to buy any specific, like, brand. You don't need any specific brand. So typically you're going to get, like, clippers. These are really good, though. These are God Hand, but you can get, is it rusting? So much for being good. I think it's oil. You need a pair of clippers. You could go on Amazon or local. God Hand actually makes a very affordable pair. Probably the best affordable pair that I've used. So clippers is number one. This is pretty much just going to get everything off the sprue, right? Cut everything. You need a blade. So an X-Acto. I, crazily enough, like the GW handle just because it's so heavy. It's just solid metal. But any of these will do. You can go to a craft store and buy like a rubber one. A cheapo one like this, like an X-Acto. These are pretty cheap. So yeah, clippers, X-Acto blade with the blades themselves. Ideally, what I would suggest is size 11. Size 11 for me is like the perfect blade. You can do everything with this size. So you've got clippers, you've got a blade handle, and you've got size 11 blades. And the only other thing I'd suggest is maybe like 1000 grit sandpaper. And then glue. And you've pretty much got the ability to make any miniature you want. To a fairly good standard, right? Like, you can scrape down every mold line, you can file down pretty much anything you want to, like, a complete smoothness. If you want to be that exact, you know, you don't have to have sandpaper, you don't have to have a knife, you can use, like, the little weird, what's the word? I don't want to say violent, but, you know, there's other tools to scrape mold lines, but blades are typically the best, but they're a little bit, you know, some people are hesitant, they don't like handling them, but I would get used to it. But outside of that, just glue. Tamiya extra thin is pretty good. Anything from Tamiya. The stuff. So that's pretty much all you need. Clippers, blades. If you want to go sandpaper, 1000 grit, and then glue. Gluing's a pain in the ass. Well, you have to glue everything. Even if you've got push fit, I would still kind of glue them just to be sure that it's not ever going to fall apart. Which one did you get? The dwarf, like the Shield Bearer's Lord? Is that the kit you got? Because those are going to be more modular, because they're meant for gaming. Although it's not to say that, like, push fit minis aren't meant for gaming, but you need options, so you gotta pick and choose, like, what you want. Yeah, I paint them. It's just building an army takes a lot longer than painting one. Which isn't true, mostly, but for me, sometimes it is. The tedium of doing mold lines versus, like, painting and chilling is just way different. Which would Age of Sigmar Marine? Oh, you got the shield bearers. I wouldn't be worried about gluing, man. If you want, well, let me ask you this. What kind of glue are you using? Because it's genuinely not bad to glue things. You just kind of have to be patient. Usually the biggest problem with gluing things is that you just put too much glue down, which you don't necessarily need because a lot of the plastic stuff just gets melted together. Oh, they're all... It might be on Amazon. Any sort... I don't know the naming of it, like, in terms of the chemical reaction that kind of binds plastic to plastic, but, yeah, it'll be anything that can melt plastic together. Let me actually Google that. You typically don't use super glue for plastics, but you can easily do it if you want to. It's just not going to be like a chemical bond. It's going to be more of like a piece-to-piece bond. So you can always kind of pull them apart without damaging things. Which in turn makes it a little bit less structurally intact. It's called a solvent cement. Yep, solvent cement. You want to call it that. Solvent cement. It's acetone. Melt things together. Yo. Yeah, gluing is not so bad, honestly. A lot of it just boils down to put a piece, put a bit of glue, stick together, hold it for a sec, you're done. Gluing is like the easiest thing, I think, for most people. But since you are kind of like finalizing a pose and whatnot, it could be a bit scary for like beginners. It's not that you can't pull things apart or, you know, say, hey, I just want to redo it, but it's a bit of a tedium if you want to try to. So ideally, you get it kind of like first time around. But yeah, it's not so bad. Oh, you want? Sorry, you want to get the glue I suggested? I didn't even read that properly. Well, if you're gonna get Tamiya extra thin, that's in Europe. If you're in Europe right now, Tamiya extra thin or any sort of Tamiya glue is typically what people go to. It's very easy to work with, and it's like reasonably priced. So it should be everywhere. Most hobby glues can be pretty expensive. I mean, even Revel does one. Revel's got like the little nozzle glue that you can use as well, which I'm sure is like probably the cheapest because Revel is not, from my experience, the most costly thing. Let me turn the heater off in here, actually, one sec. This heater's gotta get turned off. It's too hot. Ugh. Hmm. Mad Bro, hello, sir. Tuber Duck, yo, yo. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning. My posture's... I'm just bending over and my posture's fine. I'm doing stretches. Studio, hello, sir. Good morning, folks. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, my posture's been, it's been getting better. Kind of, mostly. I have another appointment today for my back anyways, but it's, just gotta remember to reset it. Stand up, move around. Do a few things to, stay limber. That would be useful. That'd be awesome, yeah. I've been thinking about stuff like that for, like, both channels. Because, I mean, we're all kind of just sitting around, right? You're scraping miniatures, painting miniatures, maybe not even doing either of those things. But, it's good to stay on top of those things. Yeah, you just kind of forget sometimes. That'd be cool, actually. I'd be down to do that. Just to make it so you can kind of, you know, not fall apart as a human being. A very stagnant hobby. We're all human. As much as we want to sit here and scrape minis and paint minis, it's like, you know, we got to do things too. Beyond that. Push-ups? No way. I can't. I'm a gamer. Push-ups are out of the question. That is completely out of the question. I'm assuming everyone here is from Europe, maybe. I know Double's from aren't you in China? Or Korea? Yeah, you guys have been limber for a while. UK, yeah. It's like noon for you guys, I believe. People will get Total War 3 for free if they've got 1 and 2. If that's a deal, then I'd take it, yeah. I have no clue. The number one thing about Total War that I think people forgot to realize is that 2 and 3 are just DLC. That's really just it. Like, for the people who kind of know, I guess, the structure of, like, you know, 2 is just adding more races, 3 is adding more races. It's more of a DLC than, like, an actual game. But, I mean, it could still be critiqued as, like, an individual game because it's its own release, but I think when 3 came out, people were really disappointed, but 3 was just kind of like the end of the content, right? Like, here's the ogres, here's the demons, here's the things that we didn't include, which, for most people, that's just not their favorite thing. But, 2 did quite a bit, yeah, for sure. New campaigns, yeah. Immortal Empires, all that stuff. Like, they had the Kislev thing. Yeah. Ohio. Oh, there's some people in the US. That's cool. Well, you know, there's new mechanics and stuff, too, but again, to me, it was always more of a DLC than anything. I don't think I'd really gauge them as, like, it's a brand new game coming out. You know, they incrementally give you new things to kind of, like, enjoy the game, and then here's a bunch of new stuff, here's a bunch of new stuff. But it's not like, yeah, this is like a from the ground up type of, like, new game. But, another great. Total War's awesome. Total War saved Warhammer. God bless that game. God bless the gamers. It's not every day that you hear about a Warhammer game saving, like, GW's longest standing tabletop game. Which is awesome. It's not, well, it's had a resurgence of, like, interest for sure because of that game, but tabletop to me is, yeah, it's not where it once was, and I mean, for people now, you know, getting into, like, Old World, a lot of that new interest is coming from the game, or just, you know, reinvigorated, like, older people who had played Fantasy Battles. So, I've got both on lockdown. I'm happy. I get to play Fantasy again, and I get new content with Total War. It's the best of both worlds. I like AOS. I think it's pretty cool. I think when AOS first came out, everyone was a bit jaded. It's like, why did you destroy my world? You know? At the end of the day, business is business, and you gotta make money, so I'd imagine it's just an unfortunate thing that happened, but it is what it is. Like, yeah, I like AOS, though. I'm not really... When it first came out, I wasn't really so interested. A lot of the initial Age of Sigmar stuff was a bit... it was a lot less grimdark, I guess you could say. But, no, I do like AOS. I like all the games. But, I think most people now have kind of come to terms with, like, fantasy being dead and Age of Sigmar taking over, and then Old World kind of, like, bringing it back to, right before the Great War Against Chaos. Which is cool to see. We get a bunch of new stuff. I'm excited. End Times started good. It was, how many books were in the End Times? 5? And I think each one was written... I only own a few of the End Times books. I had them all initially, and then I did like a big book purge, and I regretfully sold so many good books. Maybe not those, though, but, you know. Yeah. I think there was like, what, 5 End Times books? Yeah, Skaven kind of doing Skaven things. The entire dwarven race just being eradicated by mostly Skaven. You know, it is what it is, though. I wouldn't be so angry about it. It was a business decision. It's not really... Yeah, I think Jordan Sorcery had done an interview regarding some of the end time stuff. But, yeah, apparently it was a shit show. But, again, you know, it was so long ago, and it is what it is. As long as I can still enjoy fantasy, I'm happy. And I can, so I'm happy. I just want to have fun with the hobby that I love. Yeah, well, I mean, most people got done dirty in the end times, but, you know, the most, one of the most important dwarves kind of being taken out by leaving a door open was not very fun. That was probably the worst. That was the worst death. That was the worst one. Or with the Godric and Felix series, where like half of them just get buried. That was pretty stupid. Yeah, they're like, well, what happened to Felix? What about Malachi? It's like, I don't know. What happened to them? That's so stupid. It's funny, but I'm not mad. It is what it is. It's so long ago. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's like... it is what it is. Fun times. I don't know. It's the current state of Warhammer is great, though. I'm not like 100% narratively caught up on everything. Like I've read the Old World stuff, but yeah, I'm not sure about 40k or anything like that. Age of Sigmar is going to be interesting next year. The Chaos Dwarves are back, so hopefully some more good stuff happens. It's whatever you like reading, man. Whatever piques your interest is what you should keep up with. I've always kind of been into Warhammer Fantasy. I did 40k back in like 4th edition and so forth, but my love of 40k has kind of waned over the years. Fantasy's never died. I've always loved fantasy, but yeah. Just enjoy what you like, and that's all that matters. New minis to sell? Again, man, it's whatever you like. I'm sure there's a lot of things people don't enjoy, but you don't have to partake in everything. At the end of the day, GW needs to sell minis, so like stories and things like that I'm sure will reflect minis, but the lore wars. You do you, sir. That's fine. I'm not a big 40k guy like I was at one point, so I just say, cool. Ultramarines, yeah, more of them. What's the best way to get into Warhammer lore? YouTube, probably, just for like the gist of it. You could do wikis. If you really wanted to go all in, if you like reading books, you could buy the books. Usually the wikis and YouTube stuff for like general content is a good entryway. It's free. A lot of it's kind of based on maybe what you enjoy to look at, you know? If you like elves or dwarves or hulking superhumans, you may want to try and read about that stuff first, but yeah, those two places I'd say are like great to kind of start with. And then if it really piques your interest, you know, try and find a book or two. Maybe pick up some of the army books for like the stuff you enjoy. Yeah, everything these days is just done online. Ease of entry is very convenient, I'd say. And now that there's a lot of people doing content regarding like Warhammer, it's certainly not a bad place to kind of start. There's no real investment, you know? Okay. All right. Listen, everyone's got their opinions. It's okay. Listen, it is what it is at this point. People like things, people dislike things. I've heard this conversation many times. It's okay. All right, let's all calm down here. Everyone calm down. Listen, I don't want to time people out. It's plastic toys. Let's all calm down. I understand the Warhammer community is very vocal on everything, and that's valid in its own ways, but just maybe not on this stream, you know? There are places to talk about things, but yeah, just not on this stream. It's fine. What do you think of new Hashut models compared to the OG Forge World ones? Well, they're a little bit more, I mean, the only way to really put it is just Age of Sigmar. They're a lot cleaner. They're a little bit more industrialized, I guess you could say. I've got one of them. They gave me one for free, but I don't think I'd ever really buy them. But I think for the sake of, like, you know, Age of Sigmar and then Warhammer Fantasy, you do need that distinction in aesthetic. So I think for Age of Sigmar, they're great. Obviously, they don't really mesh with, like, Warhammer Fantasy too much, but I think they're good for AOS. I mean, it's kind of a tall order to beat, like, the old Forge World stuff, right? The Iron Sworn and all those guys, like, they're really well done. But it is a... Yeah, it's a different aesthetic, it's a different time. But, yeah. I don't think I'd ever really do Chaos Dwarves. I've never really been a big fan of Chaos and Dwarves together. But I know the new minis got a lot of hate when they first came out. But again, it's you need that distinction. Like, for Age of Sigmar, cool. I would never really throw them into, like, Fantasy, though. Yeah, the name has changed on this channel. Well, the new Chaos Dwarf lore, or the Hellsmith lore, is pretty interesting. They're seen as more of the true dwarves, the ones that kind of didn't run away to the realms when chaos swept in. You know, Hashut's always viewed as like the wisest, the elder brother who bent the knee and said, "Okay, guys, I'll go do what you want me to do." You know, whether or not that's like true, I mean, it is an army book, and they're usually in favor of like the army that you're reading, but yeah, they're I think I'm more so interested in seeing what Gazul is doing right now in AOS, and then Valea. Those two being a thing in Age of Sigmar in probably a big way is going to be really cool. Because Gazul was always just on kind of in the background. Some of the books, you know, it's like, oh, the funerary procession of like the Gazul cult shows up and they entomb the dwarves and whatnot. But yeah, he wasn't really a big player in like Warhammer Fantasy Battles at all. Books, different story, but you know, it'd be cool to see something done by Gazul, some sort of cult thing in like the new AOS book. Whatever Valia's got cooking up as well would be nice to see. You know, we've got Grimnir with the Slayers, we've got Grungni with like the creations and whatnot, but yeah, those two are kind of undercooked in miniatures. Oh yeah, again, the AOS stuff is not very Warhammer Fantasy, but you could convert them to make them work if you just put a bit of effort into like finding parts and stuff. I wouldn't be surprised though if they end up re-releasing the Forge World Chaos stuff. Well, the Chaos Dwarf stuff, I should say. Yeah, the Valia Dwarves should be really cool, whatever they decide to do. I believe in most of the holds they had like shrines to Valia, and then they had like the Shrine Maidens. But it'd be very, very like Age of Sigmar is more inclined to bring on like female dwarves to the forefront of like what's happening, just because they're not so much on the decline. Like you really can't put female dwarves in most things in Warhammer Fantasy. They're just not. It's just how the race is on the decline. But Age of Sigmar is a bit different. Like, you can absolutely have stuff like that. So it would be cool to, you know, rip on Warhammer Fantasy again, because, like, even with the Fire Slayers and coming out with, like, the Magma Droths, I think that was more of a take on, like, the Shard Dragons, the Shard Drakes from, like, the Forge World Monstrous Arcanum book, which is a cool, you know, addition to Age of Sigmar. It's, like, a very small thing that they kind of turned into a whole, like, army. She did, yeah, she was there. There was a pretty big prominent figure in Doom of the Dragonback with the Anbot clan, who ended up being a queen in, like, Karak Norn. She's cool. Helgar from, like, the Grudge of Drong. She's a bit of an elf lover. But no, there's been a few, which is cool. But yeah, the dwarves in Age of Sigmar are definitely a little bit more out there in terms of, like, you know, we don't need the women at home kind of tending to the hearth and home and, you know, not on the front lines dying. Yeah, so that'll be cool to see what they decide to do with that. I've not dipped my toes into the old world, but I'm tempted. I think there's no better time to, man. Right now with, like, the big interest coming from, like, Total War, an older period of, like, the timeline being explored. It's pretty fresh, I'd say, and then, you know, miniature refreshes as well, like the Marauders, I think, were brought out in what? I want to say it's, like, what, late 90s, early 2000s? And now they just got new minis with, like, Marauder Horsemen. That's awesome. It's, like, the best time to do fantasy. And Cathay looks cool. Yeah, Cathay's awesome. The fact that they even have, like, a miniature range that's completely supported and playable is nuts. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they revisit like Vampire Coast and make them playable, or if they go for like, well, they will eventually do Kislev because Kislev's pretty integral to like the current timeline for the old world. But it's only going to get bigger, and I think with a lot of the stuff selling out recently, being the Marauders, it's a pretty good indication that like people are really interested in the old world, and that's cool. You know, because I'm sure a lot of that newfound interest isn't even from, like, the older guys. The ones who played, like, you know, 8th, 7th, 6th, whatever. Oh, in Reckoning, you've got female Ironbreakers? That's cool. It's less of a thing, though, for sure, in fantasy. I don't think I'd ever throw, like, you know, women down in the mines with, like, the Brotherhood of Ironbreakers, but, you know, for the sake of, like, an MMO in a game, yeah, you could do that. Rajang, hello, sir. When Cetra finds his way into Age of Sigmar, he'll take care of everything. Cetra in Old World right now is being a bit of a douche. He's rampaging through the Border Princes. He's going after Bretonnia. And then he's dragging the dwarves in. He's dragging the fucking Border Princes in. So I haven't even played a game of Old World. I played 7th, I played 8th. I've seen a bit of the rules. I've seen a few games get played of Old World, but it seems a little bit laxed, honestly, which is cool. And I don't think many people who play Old World are going to be more of like the 40k guys, you know? People love it. Yeah, seems to be doing pretty good. And the variety as well is great so far. You know, they haven't really released everything yet. There's no Skaven, there's no Dark Elves, and the Dark Elves should be showing up as well, considering you've got High Elves, and, you know, once the Great War Against Chaos kind of kicks off, the Dark Elves do invade, and fuck around in, like, Ulthuan. But, yeah, chances of all of the races coming back are pretty high, you know? So you're going to have a lot of things to play with, tons of new miniatures, old miniatures, a lot of renewed interest. It'll be amazing. Yeah, I'm very excited. Why'd you rename the channel? I just wanted something different. I think there's a few. I'm not really big on, like, Bretonnian lore. I've kept up with, like, the old world narrative with, like, what Cetra's doing right now and whatnot from, like, the journals, but yeah, whatever you do, don't go, rampaging through Nehekara. That's all I gotta say. Bro's like a dwarf. Bretonnian lore is bad in end times. Water is wet. Like, I'm pretty sure it's unanimous that most of the end time stuff was bad for everyone, but I don't know, man. I'm just happy that it's back. That's all I gotta say. Being a kid, growing up with, like, Warhammer in general, and then having a lot of that taken away with, like, Age of Sigmar and whatnot, it's just cool to see it back. Well, they did give Bretonnia... What did they give Bretonnia in Old World? Like, questing knights on foot or something? They gave them some sort of, like, mid to high tier infantry. What was that? I can't remember. Foot knights, yeah. Well, peasants don't really... peasants, you know, for needing bodies on the field, great, but they don't really do much outside of that. I was looking at, because I gotta be finalizing a lot of these minis eventually, but, the base increase, the size increase, I don't think I'm, like, a big fan of. For some armies. There's a big there's a bit of a scale creep right now in like Old World where the new sculpts being everything being CAD designed. The base sizes went up from like what? What is this currently? I don't even know what this current size is. It went up substantially, I'd say, for like most things, if not everything, actually. But the scale creep, I think, is you know, like Burlock Damonson he's on that protein. But yeah, there was a few issues. Marauders on 34. Really? 30? 30? I think I saw a post about the Marauder. Everyone was kind of speculating on Marauder base sizes, and that is massive. Like, those are huge. Let's see. What are the sizes of Marauders? Base size. Yeah, 35 mil? 30 mil? It's about a 10 millimeter increase, yeah. It's pretty substantial. They're supposed to be much bigger. Oh yeah, for sure. It's, I think my biggest gripe with the base increases is that for some of the miniatures who don't really take up the entire base, it looks a little bit empty. Like, if you've seen the Night Goblins, not the old ones that they brought back from, like, what, 6th edition? Like, some of them just don't mesh well with the big base sizes. They look too separated from, like, one another. Like, for me, Warhammer Fantasy, having, whenever you made units, you had to, like, write on the bottoms of the bases, like, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, that's typically what I did, just to make sure everything ranked up as 1. I think that's my only gripe, to be honest, with, like, the updated stuff for, like, Old World, is some of the bases are just too big. And, you know, a bit of the scale creep is certainly a problem. Like, the new Empire character, I forgot his name, but he's got, like, very big, like, shoulder pads, and he looks like an ogre. Like, he's huge. I haven't, no, I'm not playing Ungrim. But those two things are, like, whatever, you know, it's not, like, a game changer. Well, they brought out 2 new Empire minis. One of them was based on, like, an older artwork, I think it was the War Master artwork, I could be wrong. That was like the mounted general, and then you've got the guy on foot. The guy on foot has a name. He's pretty big. As a miniature, he's like massive. It's this guy. Hans. That's this dude. He's very scale creeped. He's fucking massive. He is absolutely massive. He's a huge dude. Which I think the biggest guy was what, I want to say Bruckner? The Griffin guy. Theodore Bruckner. That dude was pretty big too, from what I can remember. But this guy's massive. No, this is a Empire General. In a way, you do want them to be bigger. It's, you know, if you've got like a named character, they want to stand out more on the field, but for the sake of like modeling and how things look together, it can sometimes be a bit jarring. But again, it's all subjective, right? But that is a fair point, though, for sure. Having things be a little bit more recognizable. You can always convert them. You know, there's no one stopping you from making your own, which is cool. It's a very liberating hobby of just kind of doing what you want to do. You don't have to go with the official minis. Yeah, this blade's getting pretty dull. Where's the guns? The Empire handguns. Well, you know what? In time, you'll get more guns. I hope the old world succeeds infinitely. Bring on all the new minis. Bring on the new lore. Bring on everything. Miniatures, hello, sir. Hey, been a while, man. Hope you're well. Name change. Just a little bit more hobby Warhammer oriented. Just something different. Something more its own thing. But we're good. Just scraping miniatures like we have always done, unfortunately, but at least now I'm a little bit more dialed in. I need to finish an army. It is full force for the old world. And I will have an army done like I once did 15 years ago. And all you can do is keep on scraping. That is it, man. Just scrape endlessly. You know, I guess the biggest thing is having a finite list instead of just being like, you know, maybe I'll take these and these and these. It's like if you wrote a list, you'd be a little bit more inclined to kind of get it done because you don't get sidetracked, or at least hopefully you don't. No, this is for playing. Yeah, this is for gaming. I miss playing tabletop games. I did a little bit of painting for a bit. The last few things I did on stream was just painting stuff. And then this is what I did. Some Dwarf Warriors from way back when, from Lord of the Rings. But as much as I might enjoy painting stuff and you know, being creative, I just kind of want to play the game again. Well, they're not as good as what you could do, sir, but they're all right. You get there eventually. But yeah, right now it's more of a slog. We have to scrape and convert a shit ton of miniatures. And then paint everything. Yeah, for sure. I picked up, I think a while ago when I was getting into painting, I wanted to do more of like the scale modeling stuff for Warhammer with like dioramas. A lot of like different weatherings and things, but yeah, it's a bit of a fever dream now. Cathay is cool. Cathay is cool. I don't think I'd buy Cathay personally. I'm not really a fan of that stuff, but to think that like they were once a plot on a map and now they're like an actual full-fledged army is pretty cool. Thank Total War. If you've got anyone to thank, it's video games. Which is awesome. Grom campaign? I have not. No. I never did like greenskin campaigns. I played the greenskins growing up, but I just never got really into them in Total War. It was more of like the dwarves, which is also something I played. I've just become too dwarf-pilled. I don't think I'd ever get back into greenskins, to be honest. It's just kind of, thinking about how many things I'd want to do with the greenskins, it's just so much work. Like, if I did the greenskins, I'd probably jump back into the Empire. If I did the Empire, it'd be, you know, all the different armies of infamy. And that's kind of a goal for this army, so I'm not too interested in leaving my lane, you could say. But, who knows? With AOS on the horizon, that's also going to be another rabbit hole again. 40k right now for me is just mostly dead, mentally. I just don't really want to do 40k currently, but yeah, maybe in the future. I have a Cathay army that GW sent me, also a Bretonnian. That's cool, yeah. Is that the, you're part of the partner program, right, for, like, Warhammer? The Bretonnian. Yeah, the latest Bretonnian sculpts are really nice. Those are, like, really, really nice. Suitably Bretonnian. Lots of, room to kind of do your heraldries and colors and whatnot. Yeah, they look pretty good. Well, you know, at one point, Games Workshop was reaching out to people who streamed on Twitch, and I put my name in the hat. I said, you know, I'd love to shill for you on Twitch. Send me some dwarves. Send me anything. Yeah, I never got in. I never got in. It is what it is. Maybe they pulled out of Twitch, to be honest, because a lot of Twitch is just not Warhammer adjacent. It's miniature adjacent, but like Warhammer is not really that popular here. No, that's cool. Exactly. That's the whole reasoning behind, like, you know, people wanting to hobby so much within Old World. It's just you've got all the heraldries and the clans and, you know, the individualism that you can kind of like dial in on, which is cool. Yeah, this was during the event. Yeah. I had a ping that they were looking for people during the last year. I wasn't streaming on this channel, though, to be fair. So that might have contributed to it, but I also think that they just kind of pulled out completely because they realized there wasn't really that many people who did Warhammer on Twitch. And we're talking, like, the hobbying, right? But I do everything Warhammer. Like, I'm not really against that. Yeah. It's like I've played the games, I've played the tabletop, I've done the hobbying, I've read the books, I've collected the merch. It's like, let me in. I'm a fanboy. I'll shill your dwarves. That's what I was going to say. They really don't. Twitch just isn't really much for Games Workshop, so I'm 99% sure that's why they pulled out completely. Yeah. I think what they said was that they were looking to onboard people who streamed on Twitch into the partner program, but if they're not really going to get traction on Twitch, there's no point. Some people are in the partner program, but in terms of like new ones, maybe not. But, I mean, I've had a dedicated Twitch channel to Warhammer for a few years, and, you know, I hope to do YouTube videos and battle reports and all that stuff when I can get things moving along, so that's cool. Social media content creators. Yeah, anything to get the name out there, for sure. Which is fair. A Reddit influencer. Send me a Warlord Titan. Yeah, for sure. That's something I want to do in the future. I have to figure out a rig to kind of do, like, battle reports, though. YouTubing is just such a different beast from live streaming. It's so much more work. Live streaming is so easy compared to actively making, like, edited content. It's more of like a conscious effort type of setup, whereas now you just kind of get on and speak and do things, but yeah. I do want to do YouTube stuff for sure, though. Exactly. Yeah, you do have to script, you have to edit. If you could find an editor who, you know, will do that stuff for you, but again, it's just more of a conscious effort. You have to sit down and kind of plan things and, like you said, script it out and, you know, make sure the camera's set right and everything. If you record a video and the camera itself is fucked up, all of that's gone. Whereas with live streaming, you know, It's a little bit more lenient. But, yeah. We'll see. YouTube is an interesting prospect, but, yeah. 300 of videos, nuts. That's insane. Especially for hobby content that is not completely coked out, you know, ADHD edits. Like, yeah, that's pretty rough. Hobby content doesn't necessarily need, you know, insane amounts of, like, flashy edits or anything in particular to draw the eye. It's just more about learning and showing off skills and whatever it may be. Yeah, 300 would be way too much. I have not played Return to Reckoning. I think at one point I played Age of Reckoning, but it was only brief. I think my buddy was into it more than me at the time. Surprising, because I loved Warhammer, but yeah, I'm not really doing Return to Reckoning or anything. It's cool that it's still up, though, as like a fan project. Who is this channel? Well, now you know, sir. Rizzy, good morning, buddy. Apparently they're working on a 40k MMO. I wouldn't be surprised. You're going to see probably like a 40k Total War. You'll see a 40k maybe MMO. You're going to see a 40k Netflix series if it goes through. You're going to see, in 2026, it's probably going to be one of GW's biggest years. They've got Dawn of War 4 coming out. Like, who the hell thought that would happen from Dawn of War 3's failure? There isn't really a better time than right now to be a Warhammer fan. Like, Warhammer fans, I think, content-wise, I'm not going to attest to the quality of content, but, like, content-wise is pretty insane. Shows, collectibles, miniature ranges being brought back. Like, games at the forefront of, like, the hobby now. Onboarding so many people who just want to enjoy it. It's a good time to be a Warhammer fan, for sure. Like, Dawn of War 4, I don't think should have ever happened. But, I mean, you know, with Games Workshop right now and kind of dipping back into things, and with the success of, like, Space Marine, with the success of Total War, you know, if the game is done well, it'll bring in a lot of people. Because Dawn of War 3 was kind of sad. That was kind of the nail in the coffin, I think, for that franchise, and then now it's like, hey, guess who's back? Guess who's back from the dead? I hope it's good. It looked pretty good, but we'll see when it comes out. Because I think for me, Dawn of War 3 was a little bit too modern, I suppose. It was a bit too e-sporty. It's like they almost had to kind of, like, inject a lot of weird mechanics into an RTS game that just didn't need to be there to make it more modernized. And then eventually they went back and did, like, Team Deathmatch and stuff like that, but Dawn of War 4, I think, is supposed to just go back to its roots. Backflipping Terminators. It's just, Dawn of War 3 was very bubbly. Everything was bubbly. Dawn of War 4 looked pretty good. It looked okay from, like, what I'd seen. It was very reminiscent, though, of, like, Dawn of War 3, but until I've played it, I can't really say much. AI slop. Oh, I mean, it's everywhere. It'll be in Warhammer soon enough, don't worry. If there wasn't enough controversy with Games Workshop, just wait until they throw AI in. It's gonna happen. I'm not gonna. It'll be there. Soon enough. They're gonna replace box art with AI. That's never gonna happen, but, you know. God forbid. God forbid. One of the coolest things they actually said was they were hiring people for art preservation for physical works, which is awesome. So it looks like Games Workshop's going to be doing more of, you know, traditional drawn stuff, potentially. Back to the golden age of GW's art, even though it's still very, very good. All of it's amazing. Maybe excluding, like, really early Age of Sigmar, but, you know. Don't say that. Who knows, man? I don't think Games Workshop would suicide with AI art, though. I don't think they'd go that route. Who knows? I've seen some stuff on Twitter with Trench Crusade, but usually it's just a bunch of political yabber. I have not seen Trench Crusade outside of that, though. Wasn't it more of like an agnostic thing where you kind of like create your own miniatures for the game? Because I haven't read the lore, but I've seen a little bit of the miniatures, I think. Like the official ones and then ones that people have created. Yeah. I might look into it. I think for the sake of my hobby and kind of how I conduct things, I'm a little bit slow going to get into new things, but I'm not like a big grimdark guy. I like a bit of heart in my settings. Something worth fighting for, not like a corpse. um, but I might look into it. Is it just like one book, or is it online? It's online? Okay. You saw the really loud minority. Well, Twitter is just not the best place to be. That's all I gotta say. Twitter is like the last place you want to be if you want to hear anything. It's a shithole. It's bad. But, you know, it is what it is. We connect in ways. The fact that the if it is mostly online though, that's pretty cool because like you can really introduce it to a lot of people without needing some sort of like big entry into the hobby. And then the fact that you can make your own minis as well is like excellent. If you want official, that's always the option, but there is so much creative freedom in like a lot of these hobbies that you can just kind of do what you want. And as long as it vaguely resembles what it's supposed to be proxying as, I think that's widely accepted. You did not escape. Vania, hello, sir. Lumphao does not work here, unfortunately. It's more like Kill Team, yeah. That's another big thing, I'm sure, for like a lot of like new games, is like the barrier of entry is just so low. You know, if you want to get started with Kill Team, or for the sake of like, again, Trench Crusade, like you're saying, it seems like a very easygoing thing to play. Instead of like, here's a 2,000 point, you know, army of things I've worked on for a year. Which is a big problem. You know, not everyone has that money, not everyone has that time. So that's really, really cool. What are you typing, brother? Hello, Dowie. Unite the throngs. Desecrating our venerable ancestors' statues. It's a centuries-old grudge. You know what'd be cool, though, is you could actually make an army of stone. You could technically just put a bunch of washes on, like, bare plastic and just paint them with, like, moss. You could make an army that way. It wouldn't be very lore-friendly, but, you know, it'd be cool to look at. Mordheim was cool for conversions. Oh, yeah. I still have those Mordheim minis, actually. I haven't got around to making them. I can't even open it. Never mind. Cardboard stuff would be interesting if you just wanted to playtest stuff, yeah. You know, miniature making is a big investment. Like, depending on who you are as a hobbyist, who you are as a just an overall person who's interested in, like, whittling away and, you know, being creative, you can put a lot of work into stuff like this. Or you can just say, fuck it, I don't want to do any of that and just play the game. But there's a lot of, like, dedication to finishing armies. Introduce native Mesoamerican factions. Is it supposed to be some sort of, like, alternate world? Warhammer Underworlds miniatures tactic with card game. Some companies, I think, have been doing that lately, right? With, like, the cards being involved with, like, gaming. That's a pretty cool aspect. I don't think I've ever played something like that, at least in recent memory, but it certainly adds another dynamic, for sure, which is cool. The Rune Lord is normal. Well, you could do, man, you could do anything. Whatever you want to do, but that would be a very easy way to finish an army. It's just, how would stone handguns work? Would it be made of stone and they shoot stone? How does that work? Oh, we're not going to be building them for a while. In terms of glue, it won't be for a little bit, because I have to kind of plan all my conversions out. But at least I do have a finite list, so the idea is to kind of get them done. And then glue them and paint them. But everything's going to be done at the same time, so I'm not really going to start painting until everything is ready to be painted. Rune magic. Considering rune magic can literally teleport you, who knows? There's a lot of wacky things with rune magic. You can teleport the bullets. They don't shoot with the gun, they just teleport the gun into you. Yeah, you're good, man. Peace, buddy. Found the Holy Grail, but they were corrupted and opened the gates of hell in Jerusalem. That's pretty cool. It's a very interesting thing. It's meant to be grimdark, though, for sure, right? Indiana Jones is going to show up in that setting. He's going to be hunting for the Grail as well. Yeah. I don't know. Again, I'm not like a big grim dark guy. I don't need to have everything be so serious. You know, dwarves are a good mix of both. You've got the comedic element and then the more serious grudge-taking element, but for me, grimdark's a little bit too one-dimensional. I prefer a bit of heart behind it, but it's different for everyone. You know, I'm sure the Horus Heresy guys will say otherwise with their favorite Primarchs and, oh, the betrayal. But yeah. 40k and stuff like that is kind of like dead last for me on the list of things to do, ideally. Hootie, hello, buddy. We're chilling. It's very early in the morning still, so we're going to be hanging out until about 10, maybe, and then I gotta go. Typical Ungi-Wazak shenanigans with their Ufti suits. Take that Ufti power armor off. I've put this guy on a few times. He's good. Just chill. Eldorado. Is that another alternate game? I know The Road to Eldorado with Miguel and Tulio. That movie is great. That movie is definitely a part of my childhood, and I think that's probably part of the reason why I like Graves and TF. Wouldn't say the whole thing, but yeah. It's a great film. That's weird. You know what? Hey, people will make whatever. The problem with these games, though, is that there's just no... Trying to find anyone to play with would be pretty impossible. I think reading about it sounds cool, but playing it's probably not going to happen unless you've got like a very close group of friends who are down for whatever. This is going to take a while. Sounds like something Guar would do. That's a very, interesting game. Yeah, a lot of these older games, though, again, they're just... You need to find people who really want to play them. Who even know of them, I think, to begin with, right? It's not like you can just walk into a game store and be like, man, I want to play Maggot Simulator Eldorado. Man, this is going to take a little while. Being thorough with everything is just a nightmare. God grant me the strength. Oh yeah, I mean, like I said, if you can find some, you know what, I'm sure some people are down to kind of revisit old defunct things. And if you can play a game or two, that's pretty cool, man. I don't think people are going to keep up with it, but you know, people still play old editions of Warhammer, but you need a very specific group of players because, like, those guys are typically the ones who grew up with it, right? Yeah. As of right now, though, I mean, Old World, 40k, AOS, all that stuff is pretty consistent, I'd say. I'm sure you can find people to play that stuff pretty much anywhere. Maybe a little bit less with Old World, but in time we will have more converts. Bring on the converts. The good old days of Warhammer Fantasy. This is going to be a 2,000 point list, so it's going to be... I want to say, like, maybe 70 miniatures? Roughly 70, something like that. $60. Yeah. It's a bit of a slog, but, you know, you gotta just work with it. Well, I'm running 4 gyrocopters with, like, 4 war machines. That's just about all of the engines, you could say. Well, running out of things is different from, like, finishing an army. Because if you give yourself a very specific thing to work on, you'll get it done. But if you don't, you're going to be all over the place. So right now, there is kind of like a finite thing that I want to do. It's not like, oh my god, you're scraping plastic for like 20 years straight. Any gamers are weird. Yeah, I mean, well, nothing's going to stop you from playing, like, any edition of Warhammer in your home. But you need to find those guys. Usually on Facebook. I'm sure on Facebook, but... Yeah. As of right now, though, I just want to finish my army. Or at least not rush to finish it, but, like, you know, work along with it. Ideally, I get it done before I have to move, so it's not too big of a deal. I can kind of just lug things around in one case. But, yeah. All of these armies are a bit of a slog. Some people can do them very quickly, but I'm a little bit too, ridiculous in how I want things to look. It's next year. Professional tabletop gaming? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think maybe being a douche over tabletop stuff is kind of a weird move, but... Some people really like hobbies. You know, some people like the competitive nature and whatnot, but... I guess it's more so how you conduct yourself, because you can be professional, but still, like, you know, humble, and not kind of like a power gamer. If that's what you mean. People just like what they like, you know? Obviously, no one's going to want to play with a guy who's a dick. Yeah. I think sometimes people just kind of forget that it's, like, meant for fun. Not everything needs to be a giant war. It's like, man, I just want to sit down and enjoy my youth, you know? And this is very much enjoying my youth. This is right out of the 2000s. Well, if you got kids, I mean, most people who do Warhammer and have kids, I'm sure, kind of slowly get them into it. Yeah. It's a little bit more of a justified reason to buy Warhammer, right? Although you may not have time for it, but, you know, who knows? I got into Warhammer as a kid, so I know what it's like to kind of have that twinkle in your eye when you see a Games Workshop. Although, it's not the same GW that I grew up with, but it's still great. Nurgle. Who knows, man? The stench. The stench of the power gamer. As a dwarf enjoyer, I don't think I have much to say on that matter. When half the elven insults are just about your hygiene, it's not very fun. $40 2,000 point Necrons. 3 monoliths? Holy shit. Yeah, the older editions. Do they even still sell monoliths? I know they've kind of worked away from, like, the translucent plastic. Do they still do that stuff? I haven't looked at the Necron line in so long. I miss the gems. Oh, do they still do monoliths, though? That's cool. You've got nice hands. I clean them once a year. Most people want to buy the older model. Well, I do wish some of the older minis would come back and kind of stay in stock, you know, so you can just kind of pick through their catalog of, like, the eras in terms of what you want to play, but that would be insane to see. Imagine a Games Workshop division where it's, like, strictly about made-to-order classic ranges, but, like, it never goes out. Like the old bit service they used to have where you could just order whatever you wanted. That'd be so amazing. But, you know, like, it would be more of, hey, you have to wait 6 months to get something, and I think most people would be fine, which sounds about right for even now with, like, the made-to-order. Like, that'd be very cool. Or even bring back, like, the bits department, which, bit of a fever dream, but, like, that was fun. You just buy boatloads of bits for, like, whatever you wanted. A lot of the old White Dwarfs had, like, conversions and things from, like, various kits. They had weird, like, mechanical ogre proxies for, like, the dwarves that they did at one point. But they had, like, these weird oath stones and things being carried around by, like, the 4th edition Thorgrim throne. Something like that. It was really funky. But, yeah, I'm not sure if they could keep up with that. That'd be pretty nuts. But considering GW is doing pretty good right now, and that would make more money, I mean, as a business, who wouldn't want more money at that point? The Old World is exclusively selling, like, 90% old minis. Like, people like the classics. Flares, yeah. The metal flares, everything of that era. I really liked how the old destroyers looked, where they were, like, just the upper torso of the Necron. I'm not sure if that's still how they look, or even if destroyers are, like, in the game, but... Well, apparently in Age of Sigmar, we're supposed to be getting a golem. In terms of, like, the old world, the problem is the magic's kind of seeped out of the world and the runes have kind of faded. Like, the Granti Duraz, like, the actual rune golems were thousands of years, right? With like the War of Vengeance and all that stuff, and even before that, when chaos seeped into the world, and Snorri and Malekith kind of went at it with like the demons. They were there, and they're cool. I think in it was the first book. I think it's like the very beginning of the first book where they have a big fight with demons, and it brings a tear to Snorri's eye when he looks over and sees like a bunch of them kind of hulking behind like the dwarven lines. I haven't read that series in a while, but if I'm not mistaken, they might have made a return for like the end of the story, but yeah, it's been a while. But yeah, for sure. Dwarves are all about infantry, war machines, and rune magic, so if it's not some sort of like rune guardian, it could be some sort of engineers guild, mechanical guardian instead, which do exist under a different name, but that's more likely to happen than I think a rune guardian, like a rune golem. Yeah, the old turkey Tyranids. The weird, like, upright... What is that? I don't even know what edition of 40k that was from. Third, second edition, something like that? I can't remember. It was very much before my time, but I've seen those kits. They are very interesting. Yeah, the Gene Stealers are cool. The cults are cool, too. It's a very disturbing thing to have happen to a planet. Infecting your genetics and then growing up with mutants. And then being devoured by your supposed god. It's like, what the fuck? That's disgusting. Jane Doe, hello, buddy. The old cult minis of, like, riding around in limos. Very interesting. There should be 8 bodies. I think I've seen them. Aren't they all kind of, like, fucked up with, like, pustules and things? They look radioactive. But Necromunda eats pretty good. Like, Necromunda, Warcry, like, even Kill Team has, like, very good sculpts. They're not kind of bound to... Well, a little bit less Kill Team, because Kill Team's still in lieu of, like, 40k. Yeah, but Necromunda can go crazy, man. Like, those sculpts are amazing. Necromunda's got, like, really insane sculpts. I would love to see Mordheim. Can we get Mordheim back? And then, like, a made-to-order of all the Mordheim gangs? Oh my god. Money. Holy money. Oh yeah, for sure. You just gotta kit your guys out with whatever they're purchased with. The old Mordheim bits were fun. I was actually in the, there's a Warhammer Discord that I was posting in. I think I have them here somewhere. It's the old dead casualties.
Is that all you've got? You must have more.
I found that you listens to chill music while doing Warhammer. I think you'll like Sheru and Noiseless World on Spotify. I like both artists, give it a try if you want to. Their music are widely used in Japan streamers as BGM.
That's cool. A double thank you, man, for the $5. I appreciate it. I could look something up. I really don't do song requests here, or even on the main channel right now, but we could do something like that for now. Thank you, sir. Is it just like AFK music? Oh, this is... okay. I'm sure a lot of, you know, VTubers and things might like this, but this is, No, you're good, man. You're good. That's fine. I think this is, something that maybe I wouldn't listen to too much, but I understand. It is chill, for sure. Where the fuck are the casualties? Animal Crossing. Actually, technically, yeah. I've played Animal Crossing. That's what Ivana likes playing the most. Where are those casualties? Fucking missing. Whoops. Is this furry music? Is that what that is? Okay. Possibly. Move these away. Anyways, Mordheim stuff is cool. It's very flavorful. The old minis had a lot of hand options and things. It's like, oh, I need the axe, I need this. Give me the handgun. They even had a halberd. I think at one point, dwarves could use halberds. At least as a sprue, if I'm not mistaken. Which has never been seen in Total War. Or not Total War, but like, you know, Warhammer Fantasy. In a very, very long time. The Imperial Dwarves with spears are awesome, but very jarring. Although you'd really think for, you know, a race that likes to hunker down and not really move too much, that spears would be kind of your main thing, but that's what the Elgi use. We can't use that. Yeah. You really wonder how dwarves even, like, win. The reach of your axes, they don't really go far. Sheer tenacity and just big old shield walls of a million things flying overhead. Well, it could be guns. These ones aren't going to be using guns in particular, but yeah, guns are sometimes the way. Guns and rune magic. Or else you've got everyone swinging stubby little axes around and praying they hit the dangly bits. The dangly bits. This is just the Warhammer channel. The Before I Go to the Doctor's chill channel. Which you do have to go to pretty soon. Well, I mean, you've got runesmiths and anvils and stuff like that, or, you know, runic-empowered, like, weapons. Runes can do a lot of things. Runes are just like cheat codes. Do you need to fucking throw your weapon like Mjolnir and have it fly around? Check. Do you need to teleport? Check. Do you need to refill your little flask with water? Check. Do you need to erupt the earth and bring forth sulfur? Check. Do your weapons never dull after 1,000 years of combat? Check. It's just cheat codes. What are we listening? It is chill, but it's a bit of a different vibe. It's the dwarves in Animal Crossing. Dowie Crossing. Oh, who wouldn't want to be like Gandalf, right? I'd like to think Gandalf cheats a little bit. No, this is fine. It's fine, but I don't know if it's like... I don't know if it's something I'd want to listen to right now. But it's not bad, genuinely. You know what I can put on? Here. Something that I'm sure we've all listened to. At some point. Yeah, the channel name has changed completely. Everything's been changed. It's not really meant to have, like, a connection. It's just different. Same person, different content. Different vibe. Yeah, that's it. I can't hear anything. Oh, it's not even playing. I remember when they used to play this in the Games Workshops. Although technically it could be anything you wanted, I suppose. But the GW I went to always played Lord of the Rings. Which is awesome. Thoric? Do we really need a Thoric, though? Because they're selling the anvil again. Like, I don't think Thoric had anything to do with the Great War Against Chaos. Like, I don't think he was there, if I'm not mistaken. I guess even Ungrim, for the sake of a lot of these characters, yeah, okay, they weren't there, but like, who would I want updated? Would you really want a Thoric model to get updated? Like the Anvil of Doom? We've got Burlixon, we've got Ungrim. To be fair, Ungrim and Burlixon are like the oldest models that never had updates. You know what you could update? Cazador. I think they do Cazador before they do Thoric. Because Cazador was around the same time. Was it like 4th, 5th edition? And he never really got a glow up. He was just always kind of the same. It's like an old Perry sculpt. I would say Cazador. Named Rune Lord. You go with, like, I think there was, like, Crag the Grim at the time, and then his master. Out of, like, Krazakrak. He could be there, too. They announced a remake for Lord of the Rings. Re-release the original movies. That'd be funny. You know, I'm sure they've done that in theaters recently, if I'm not mistaken, but people would go. I think we're pretty much done getting dwarf content, though, for a bit for, like, Old World. Dwarves, I think, ate pretty damn good. We got a bunch of, like, new conversion options for units with, like, the Royal Clan Warriors. We have, like, the Scout Gyros. We've got the Goblin Hewer back. New updated characters. The Bugman's Cart came back. Like, there was a fair few things that have been around for a while, but never had rules until, well, not never had rules, but not in recent editions. So that's cool. I'd suspect, though, that if they did go back and update things again, it'd probably be a unit, right? Like we talked about with, like, the Slayers or the Rangers. Because there's no new units outside of the ones you convert in the books, but other armies had a few units, I think. Updated sculpts. Rangers being a big showing right now in the Old World, being, like, the best shooting unit, would make complete sense to kind of bring out as, like, a kit. You'd have them all kind of, like, cloaked and hooded. Crossbows. Some with great weapons, maybe. Yeah, you could easily do that, for sure. Or you just do made-to-order older stuff, and that also sells. But who knows? If it will make money, Games Workshop will do it. So I hope it's making money. Let's just do this. Tego, hello, sir. Good morning, good morning. Holy Dwarf Warriors. Oh my god. I long to work on Metal Minis. That or I can work on Burlixon, but... Or Damonson, not Burlixon. Keep getting it mixed up with his son. The endless scraping. It's very loud. There we go. The Shire, it's the Hobbits. So peaceful. Oh my god, it's Gandalf. Well, you can visit it in New Zealand. Hobbiton is more of a travel destination now. You can actually go visit the set of it. Which is fun. I've never been, but, you know. Smoking? Smoking and the drinking and the eating. They did do that, yeah. You can go get married there. In Hobbiton. Which is cool. Who wouldn't want to get married in the Shire? Well, they used to have an army. They used to have a bunch of stuff. I think they might have been more so mercenaries, though, if I'm not mistaken. The Moot. The Mootland. They might do made-to-order halflings, who knows. Get the old, cooking pot artillery. They throw, like, scalding hot soup at you. Yeah. But, who knows, man? Again, sky's the limit. Old World needs to, succeed. Which it already is, which is good, but it needs to succeed more. Succeed! Hmm. Yes, the Rangers, which I am not using in this army, unfortunately. Rangers. Hmm. Oi, oi, oi. Where are we at with torsos? It is a labor of love. I wonder how this would look if you actually bashed the 6th edition bodies with, like, the latter portion. You chopped out the torso and then kind of, like, ground out the body. Weird looking. Funky. Okay, I gotta stand up so my body doesn't break down. So give me like 1 minute. Let's stand up for a minute. Ow. Jeez. I can't even hear the music. Oh, God. What am I listening to? Let's put something else on. All right. Ooh. Let's get back to it. This should be what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Vertical high. Too short. Okay. Man, these God Hand clippers are just so good. You cannot go wrong with God Hand. They absolutely cut like butter. It is too goated. Goofy emote. I think that's a better Twitch TV emote now. I don't even know what we have here for, like, services. It's just been so long since I've even looked into them. It has been a hot minute. Yeah. You know, the saddest thing is that usually the 7 TV emotes and better Twitch TV emotes, they're, like, just more iconic than most emotes. It's just widely used. Everyone knows them better. It's like, not always, but yeah. Ooh, okay. I want to try one thing very quick. So what are most people doing here on, what is this, Thursday? Is it Thursday? No, today's Friday, actually. What are most people doing on a Friday in the middle of the day? Because there is no way most of you guys are here from, like, the U.S. Although maybe it's 8:30 a.m. Yeah. No, today is Friday because I've got my appointment. But, I'm assuming most people are chilling. Yeah. I'm unemployed. Get to warhammering. I just came back from work. Friday for my time zone. I'm working. Everyone's working. Yeah. Where I just showed concept art for some Reckoners. That's cool. Did you post it in the Discord? I'll take a look. Warhammer and unemployed is a dangerous combo. Well, you know, you can, again, technically one box of miniatures can take you a very long time. It can bring you mental joy, mental peace. I think back in the day, I wasn't so crazy about every mold line. But now that I'm a little bit more dialed in mentally. Gotcha. I'm on vacation, so I get to paint a lot? Well, that's one thing, sir. New Space Wolves kill team. The, oh shit. Have the Space Marine kill teams been unique? Like, have they released unique bits for them? They should have, right? This plate is getting very dull. Staring into the abyss. The abyss of no return. That's going to be me soon when I have to get ready for my appointment. Oh, is there unique ones? That's cool. I know some of the kill teams, I think in the past, have just been kind of like sprues, like upgrade ones, but it would make sense to give them proper new sculpts if you're going to do like a kill team of them. Wolf Scouts. Is that a new kill team box, like Scouts? Kill team was a cool idea. It's been around for some time, but it's good to just get people into the hobby with like one box instead of like 15. Because usually that one box turns into 15, so it works out in the end. It's a good bait and switch. You like Kill Team? Enjoy this single box of miniatures. You can play the entire game. Just don't look at the other 900 boxes that are just as cool. Oh yeah, it was the Tau stealth suits. I do remember that being a kill team. I don't think I saw the Space Wolf half, but like I did see the Tau half. That's pretty cool. The Reckoner stuff is pretty dope. I mean, Volibear would never be in this situation, but that's fun. It's just skins. I had the day off, so I just started an Empire Army commission. That's cool. Is it a lot of the, well, I'd assume it's just Old World stuff, right? Because that's where the Empire's from. Warhammer Fantasy. Maybe some older metals. Who knows? Yeah. I'd imagine commission work is very, liberating. I feel like when you paint your... I feel like sometimes people just kind of, overthink things, but, you know, when you commission somebody else to paint it for you, it's like, yeah. Can't wait to see it. You get your little brief and you're good to go. What's the color scheme they want to go with? Like, what state are they going with? I've never seen someone take cleaning miniatures so seriously. I don't like mold lines. I have to eradicate every fucking mold line. It's worse than the Groby. Nuln? Yeah, that's cool. So he's gonna go for like a gun line, I'm assuming. Oh yeah, I'll take a look. It's fine. Oh, it's not Volibear? Okay, I was gonna say it wouldn't make sense for that to be Volibear. Yeah. Oh, those look pretty cool actually, the scouts. They're a little bit more feral. I like the leather. It's pretty cool looking. Like the leather gloves in the power pack enclosing bit. That's cool. Those are pretty interesting sculpts. Yeah. Horses, halberds, rifleman, engineer. Got quite a bit to work with. If you want, you can post them in the Discord too. It'd be cool to see. I know people live and breathe painting. I, for one, live and breathe microplastics for a bit, but... the painting will eventually show up here again. The mold lines are half the battle. Ooh. This blade is getting very dull, which is not good. Left over from old company. So you're starting a new job on Monday. You got time to chill. Keep painting. Keep building stuff. Doing Warhammer. That is a good time. Jesus. You built the range, and I've built one miniature. Yeah, that's cool. The, are you gonna play the new, Hellsmiths? That's like the #1 thing I miss the most right now is Hellsmith, or not Hellsmith, sorry. Just playing the game. Painting 4 armies at the moment. Jesus, brother. You know, some people are machines, though. Like, there are ways to absolutely grind through it, and I think most people know how, but that's awesome. Certainly playing the game is, like, the hardest thing to do. Because you need to build them, you gotta paint them, you gotta be happy with them. And then you take them to the tabletop. That's, like, the final step if you do want to play, but I thoroughly miss playing, and now that I'm a little bit more, committed to getting stuff done before the move, and just because I have a little bit more time. During the event, I didn't really have any time, and that was fine, but to heal and take it easy when that kind of gets back to normal is, fine for some more hammering. Ugh. Yeah, this shit's gonna take a while. Some people just breeze through armies. Release week, time to finish another army. And it comes out amazingly. That's cool, man, yeah. Well, however that goes, let us know. The one you posted was awesome. And, you know, I would totally do stuff like that, but I think first and foremost, just miss playing. Like, I would totally love to do dwarf dioramas and stuff like that. And then try to enter competitions. I think that'd be awesome. Yeah, you're good, man. Well, if anyone's got work in progress stuff or just things they want to share, there is a Discord where you can post your hobbying or yap it up. Yeah. It's pretty tough to get armies done when you've got, like, OCD and stuff, I'm sure. You are your own worst critic. You're gonna give yourself shit for ages until something's done. I think for the sake of getting armies done, though, having a list in mind is, like, the best thing, because it just kind of allows you to build your own, well, build within your own, like, limitations, you could say. Having no sense of direction for, like, an army is kind of rough. You just kind of build whatever and then say, hey, maybe maybe it'll go together at the end. But, yeah, sometimes just writing, like, a little list to go along with things is great. There's, like, a finite end. Joe, hello, sir. The end is in sight. 2,000 points. I still have so many things to do, though. I've got to do the artillery, I got to do the gyrocopters, I got to do the engineers, the sappers, Damonson, oh, the gun thane, I got to do... Oh, Christ, lad. Oh, my God. So many things. The warriors. It will be a labor of love like it once was. 07. At least I know what I need to do. That's the biggest thing. There is a finish line, it's just a matter of getting there. And I'm not rushing it, but, like, you know, you want to be happy with what you've made. I still plan on trying to convert every dwarf warrior, every thunderer, every basic infantry, but we'll see how that goes. They're pretty big, yeah. Depending on what you play too. I mean, you could play like full-blown infantry corps of like 100+ units on the field, but yeah. The fact that they even sell you 2 times the product is pretty nuts. It's like you no longer get a cannon, you get 2. You don't get 1 gyro, you get 2. You don't get, like, what was it, 16 dwarf warriors? You get a whole boatload, a mountain's worth. And that's pretty much every box. And then, of course, the price is, like, double. So, in a sense, it works itself out, but it's still pretty rough. Disloyal, hello, sir. Oh, my legs. Okay. Oi, 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 brother. Oi, so many dwarf warriors. I'm gonna have to pick out the, engineers soon to use. But all of these are great. It is crazy to think that you can have these sculpts again in 2025. Or technically 2024 is when these came out, but... I remember blind... way back when you had, the walls of blister packs, and you could just go in and buy, like, whatever. That was fun. You weren't guaranteed to have, like, every sculpt in stock, but you'd get, like, whatever one you'd find. Yeah, good times. Those look so cool. Yeah, the engineers are awesome. The old school engineer sculpts are excellent. Very characterful. They do always get you, though, with the box art. Like, this is what it could look like if you've got 300,000 hours of experience. Although, not necessarily, but, you know. That's the usual case for GW stuff. It's like, this is what it looks like if it's painted by a professional. That's what yours can look like, right out of the box. They bean boozle you. Although, either way, it is inspiring. Seeing other art inspires your art, and it hopefully drives you to keep doing it. So it's cool either way. Live music next week. Papa Roach. Papa Roach? I haven't heard of those guys in a while. That's cool. I've never heard of Sleep Theory. Smurfy, hello, buddy. Yeah, live music is always fun. I haven't been to a concert in a while, but it's a trip. Yoko, yo, buddy. Pizza. Yeah, that was the meme. I'm so hungry for fucking pizza. I haven't had pizza in so long, man. Holy shit, what I would do for some nasty-ass Pizza Hut. Get to squeeze out the grease. Oh, it's so good. I'll say this. The last concert I went to was Immolation, Cannibal Corpse, Napalm Death, and Beyond Creation. And it just smelled like weed, piss, and body odor. Yeah, so that was cool. That was a while ago. That's what it was. Some dingy little venue downtown. Yeah, for me, it's been a little while. I just don't really take to like live music like I used to. Linkin Park, that's cool. The new one, like I know they had Chester pass away. Because I think the new Linkin Park is still pretty out there. Like they're doing music and stuff. But you work at Pizza Hut? Send me some pizza. Dude, Pizza Hut is awesome. It may be the most abhorrently greasy thing ever, pizza-wise, but it's so tasty. A lot of things have changed, yeah. Unk. You gotta get with the times. Bell pillow, sir. Orders, I don't think you can get Pizza Hut for breakfast. I do have to leave, though, folks, very soon. I think I'm just gonna wrap this up and then head out. I have to, I might do a little bit more. I have to go get my back checked out again today. Cheesy crust. Bro, it's so... You know what? My favorite thing from Pizza Hut is the wings. The cheesy crust is goated, yes. Their Wing Street boneless wings are god tier. It is so goddamn good. Pizza Hut was my favorite pizza experience out of Italy. What? I feel like if you work in a Pizza Hut in Italy, you're probably shunned out of, like, society. You've got, like, the Italian mob outside your building, watching your every move. That's cool, though, you know. Who knows, man? Things can be... Yeah. My girlfriend's Italian, so, like, she's not super, like, anal about food, but she'll always say, like, oh, this is better. Italians do it better. I'm like, okay. All right, Ivana. Well, no, Italian food's fucking amazing. Like, I can't cope. Like, my girlfriend's Italian, so her family cooks Italian food. You are in for a feast. You don't eat for one, you eat for like 50. You never run out of food. They just make way too much, and it's all homemade. Homemade sausage, wine, like chocolate, everything. And it's not even like, you know, oh my god, what is this high-profile eating? Like, it's just a classic Italian family. The grandmother's out in the garden picking things. And they just make good food. Yes, Granny. Feed me. Okay, let's clean these up a little bit. I should actually clean this desk up a little bit. It's so rancid. Italian food supremacy. It's really good, man. Like, you just... If you've had good Italian food, you know. Not the best cook. Well, I mean, food's food, man. You can unite anyone with good food. People will be united. The clans unite with good food. Shit. Well, I'm not going to be at their place for this Christmas. I'm going to spend it with my family, but... Yeah, usually the food is like godsend, though. Bored of food after eating it for so long? No, the Italian food's nuts, bro. It's just a next level type of thing. Everything is so fresh. Everything's so, dialed in, handmade. It's good. Let's put this back here. I don't think I can vacuum. It's just way too early. Ivana's gonna come strangle me. Fucking plastic. Blech. I may do it very quickly, though. I'm not gonna lie. See, though. Whoops. Where is my vacuum? Oh, here it is. Gotta be quick. She's sleeping. Oh, there goes a base. Whoops! A fucking base went in here. get it after. Whoops. Yeah, the number one thing is keeping your desk clean. It's a bit of a problem sometimes, but you know. You do what you can. It's good. These are like cheap Colgate brushes, yeah. They're good for whatever. I don't brush my teeth with them, but they make good little Warhammer brushes. Get like 10 of them for a few bucks. And I've had that one for ages, so. You cannot go wrong with tools of the trade. A good blade, a toothbrush. 1000 grit sandpaper. It's lovely. The autofocus on this camera is pretty alright if you've got nothing else in the way. Which is usually how cameras should be anyways. Using a webcam for stuff like this was just atrocious. It was really, really awful. It is pretty nice, yeah. It's crisp. It's crisp when it focuses. And this is just like the stock lens that it came with, so that's cool. Because you can get some pretty good lenses, but you're going to pay a lot of money, which I'm not really going to be doing. But, yeah, it's cool to see the scales. Yeah, look at that. My hands are so dry. It's labeled as a, it's supposed to be the content creator camera. So as someone who is creating loose content, it seems to have done well. The lenses are insane, yeah, they're very pricey. Skaven are horrible, yeah. Have fun playing against Skaven in Total War. It's basically lore-friendly. Fighting the Skaven in any capacity is just CBT. No one's going to see the results. The thing is, though, I know it's there. It's not for anyone, it's for me. That's why. If I know I haven't scraped mold lines and I'm painting them, I'm like, oh my god. I'm not really in need of rushing this hobby, but I just want to be happy with the results, you know? I was much more lenient growing up. You'd just kind of build things, like, very haphazardly. Me and my buddy would put together, like, a box of Dwarf Warriors or Goblins or anything in, like, 10 minutes. the nubs would still be there. Yeah. Well, it's so they sit flush, right? If you don't clean the nubs off the feet, they won't sit flush on the base. Like, these don't need to be perfect, but it's better that they're at least flat enough so you don't have any, weird issues when you glue things. Like, that right there is perfect. Yeah. I'm just a bit thorough, that's it. The last thing I want to see when I spend hundreds of dollars is problems. It's good we're slowly getting on with it. Very, very slowly. As is all things that take time. Slow and methodical. Yoko, thank you, buddy, for the tier 1. Appreciate it, man. Thank you, sir. I'd like to promise emotes on this channel, but I don't know when. What I think would be awesome, though, is stream avatars. If Ivana could make dwarves and then have them show up at the bottom of the screen. Those emotes are so bad. I literally told Ivana, I'm like, when we did the emotes for this channel, they're so lazy. They are the laziest thing ever. It's an image with MS Paint. It's lazy. Yeah, then, well, I updated everything in Discord, but not everyone's going to be in that Discord. Yeah, this is more... I do actually like that this name is different, to be honest. I think it's more on brand with, like, what's happening here. Just makes more sense. Take some of it. I will, buddy. Christmas money or not, I appreciate it. Rage baiting. So I don't even get rage baited anymore. Although that's not true, but 9 times out of 10, I'm pretty mentally sound. But we'll see how next season fares when I go for Challenger. There's a lot of idiots online who tend to run their mouth a little bit too much with things. But we'll see. Well, I think that should be pretty much it for, like, these 8 bodies. Although we need 20 of them. And those are just 50% of the bodies. Without, like, the actual front torso pieces, and then the arms, and then the shields, and then the, detailings. Oh my god. The end is nigh. Hmm. The end is nigh. Well, time for the torsos. Time for the torsos. I mean, you know what? It is what it is. He's, he can go join his son. Unfortunately. In shame. Some things are meant to be. The dwarves getting fucked by Skaven is just meant to be. It is what it is. If you want to beat Skaven, though, in campaign, it's just artillery. That's really it. Shit tons of, like, grudge throwers and cannons. Pretty much deck everything Skaven. That's how you beat them. That's technically the only way to beat them. If they've got, like, ridiculous armies. Like, their anti-infantry stuff is just way too good. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, if you're Thoric, you've got... Bring out the old ways, right? Bust out the bolt throwers that do nothing. Yeah, there's very... Like, Skaven are just so... You just get destroyed by, like, mortar teams and Jezzails and shit like that. It's just unplayable. Deathmasters, if you kind of move up. A lot of it's just hunkering down and just pelting them with shit, and then you kind of win. Skaven just destroy dwarves so easily. Well, bolt throwers are garbage. They're trash. Like, bolt throwers trading into, like, Jezzails and things, actually pretty decent, or even, like, maybe mortar teams, but... Yeah, grudge throwers and cannons are, like, top tier for Skaven. Don't try flame... Well, flame cannons can work, too, but they're not going to trade well with certain things, but... Having an infinite supply of, like, ammunition with engineers and then things that just completely outrange the Skaven army is just nuts. Yeah, bolt throwers kind of blow, but... if you buff the shit out of them with, like, accuracy, they can be very strong. But if the enemy moves even slightly, you just never hit anything. Like, they're the lowest tier of War Machine. Like, they're meant to be trash. Even though Dwarven War Machines should never be trash, but they're kind of bad. Like, even the bolt throwers should be pretty damn good, but, like, you know, a little expensive. All right, folks. I think I'm going to be getting out of here in about 10 minutes. And then I'll be back on in the afternoon when I'm done my appointment for my back. Grudge throwers are good, yeah. You can trade effectively against pretty much any Skaven unit that's bent on killing you from a distance. Cannons, same deal. The goal of beating Skaven is to literally just snipe out everything that beats dwarves. All of their anti-infantry, all of that goes, and then you win. It's a very focused, heavy type of army. Like, you never really worry about rat ogres or any sort of Skaven infantry outside of, like, Deathmasters sneaking up on you. Or gutter runners, I forgot the name of them. It's the Eshin dudes. It's a target-rich environment. I need a new piece of sandpaper. There we go. Cool. Holy moly, okay. The finish line is in view. Only 3,000 more days of scraping plastic. Whoa. Oh my god. What did you just post? What did you just... DJ Titan, what did you just post in the Discord? Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy fuck. That is beautiful. Oh my god. I'm oozing. I'm oozing. That is insane. I have to share this. As someone... Dude, you can't... Wow. they're coming out with an anniversary edition of Troll Slayer, and it's packed with like so many different cool things, like wanted posters of Gotrek and Felix. I think it's got art prints, if I'm not mistaken, of like. One sec, we have to look at this. Whoa. Okay, I gotta see this. I gotta see this. This looks sick. It's not out yet. Okay, that is, dude. It's not styled in AOS either. I mean, Troll Slayer's not Age of Sigmar, obviously, but hold on. Wow, what, bro? That's nice. Are those coasters? Oh my god. One Finger's Tar Drop, the Sleeping Dragon, Brodag Brewing Festival, Grungni. Easily the best part of the box besides the book is the set of 4 beer mat style coasters with a unique design and non-slip backings. 2 represent beers from the old world that was Troll Brew and Tar Drop, while the other 2 are places where these fine ales might be found. Dude, look at all of this shit, though. Oh my god. This is... Look at this. Look at the wanted posters. Holy shit, that's cool. This is going to be expensive, though. They've updated it with all of the ancestor faces from, like, the holds. This is cool. We gotta unbox this on stream. That's fucking sick. There are plenty of enduring heroes in Warhammer, a few of them even turned into gods, but are as obstinate, determined, and long-lasting as Gotrek Gurnison. Partnered with Felix Jaeger, he fought against countless terrifying foes in the old world. You know what they're doing? So I posted this in the Bugman's Reddit, but in Germany, they're doing reprints right now, or I think it was Poland. They're doing reprints of the Gotrek and Felix series in hardback, and I think this is kind of their first foray into North America and maybe bringing it back. So this is just going to be like William King's, you know, set of stories from Troll Slayer in a very nice looking edition. But then I'm sure they're going to bring back all of the other omnibuses, the 3rd edition omnibuses that they ended with in hardback. Like, this is fucking cool. What even is this? Map of the old world and a wanted poster for the troublesome duo that confirms they're sought dead rather than alive. What is this? Bro, what is that, like? This is cool, man. This is so nice. Holy shit. I love this. Wow. This limited edition of Troll Slayer will be available for pre-order quite soon, so make sure you keep an eye on Black Library. I mean, I've read Troll Slayer so many times, but, like, the fact that it's now in another hardback, like, they did an anniversary edition a little while ago. It was all in, like, black. It looked pretty nice. This is top tier. This is fucking cool. This is not going to be 120. This is going to be, like, $200. Yeah, unfortunately. The ridiculous pricings of GW. I'd love to say 120, but I doubt it. Warhammer Fantasy and Gotrek and Felix have been around for ages. Oh, yeah. This is nice. Like, this... Oh, it's a bookmark. That's what it was. It was supposed to be a bookmark. I'm like, what the fuck are they doing with the axe? That's fucking cool. That is so cool. And you've got coins as well. It's a lot of, like, you know, hey, I know you like dwarves. Here's a bunch of, like, weird dwarf shit, you know? Beer coasters, wanted posters. This is so cool. I would... Dude, in a million years, I never would have thought we would have got, like, more Gotrek and Felix merch. They had a lot of this stuff back in, like, the 2000s. And I'm missing a few of them. But I've got most of their odds and ends. But that's so fun. That's super, super fun. I wonder if they're going to have all of the, even the Geoff Taylor piece in here as well with Troll Slayer, because that's my favorite cover. But they have, like, the, I want to say that's from the Omnibus. I know they did this with Inferno. I forgot who... There's a few editions of Gotrek and Felix in terms of, like, release dates, but they're all the same content. The latter portion of the Omnibuses, I think, has more of the short stories and stuff like that, but yeah, that's cool. It'll be about $200 for sure. But this is awesome. This is amazing. When would you ever get Old World, like, dwarf merch? That's so fun. And it comes in, like, a styled box. I wonder what the box looks like. Like, fuck, look at the book. Holy shit. It's very, Cubicle 7 with their, like, collector's editions of, like, the dwarf roleplay books. It's super nice. This is... I'm very excited, actually. This is so cool. This is like the equivalent of a Bilgewater updated character. Something like that. This is fucking dope. Damn. I don't know how practical the bookmark's going to be, considering this thing looks like it's made out of some sort of, like, fake leather. And it looks pretty thick. So you're probably going to damage pages even using it. But, like, that's so cool. This is so cool. Damn. I want to see these, man. They ended up doing, way back when for, like, Black Library merchandise, they had a few, Gotrek and Felix things that are kind of... They're enigmas at this point. Like, they're so old. But they ended up having a map that I think was released either briefly or unreleased, where it showed, like, each of the points in which the duo had kind of went to. And it was really, really well done. It was pretty big, too. But hopefully that's going to be here. Not as a reprint, because I don't think they have it anymore, but, you know, a new map of the old world where, like, it shows Gotrek and Felix ending up in, like, Carrick 8 Peaks and stuff like that would be fun. That's super cool. A map of the old world, a wanted poster for the Troublesome Duo. Dude, this is... I gotta frame these. I'm so excited. Rainsden was at Warhammer World yesterday, and I was talking to him very briefly, and he said a lot of the Bugman's Bar stuff is being kind of shifted away, like a lot of the old school dwarven merchandise. And a day later, this is pleasant. That's cool. It's fucking dope. I gotta save up. Well, if you can, I'd say it's worth it. That's really, really cool. Dude, I mean, the wanted poster alone is fucking nuts. That's so fun. We will definitely do an unboxing of this on stream. Like, there's no reason I wouldn't buy this. I collect dwarven merchandise, and I've done it for, like, 15 plus years-ish. It makes sense to pick this up. I'm just curious on the price, though. There's no reason this is going to be cheap. Damn. That is very cool. More unboxings. I mean, that is just so dope. That's super fun. I know it's not for everyone, but, like, if you're a fan, it's... Ooh, that's fucking cool. My Gotrek shelf is going to get an update. I'd love it if GW sent me one. That'd be cool. An early review copy? Yes, please. I'd love that, but that's not going to happen. Please. I'll show him the shelf. I'm a fan. Please, God, send it to me early. You know what? If I was a content creator, I think they'd absolutely send it to me. I don't want to sound like I've got an ego or anything, but like, that'd be so cool, man. That'd be so awesome. Yeah, I mean, you know, they do send out things like that to whoever is interested, but not everyone's like a big Gotrek and Felix fan. Although I'm sure most fantasy heads kind of enjoy them. As they should. Anyways, I think I have to go, folks. I think the gushing was a little bit of a side tangent, but that's fucking cool. It's a very pleasant surprise. GW's gonna get my money. You bastards. But that is gonna be it for me, folks. I have to go have breakfast. I have to shower. I have to get ready to head out to the doctor's. Colgan, thank you, sir. A 3-stream streak. That's cool. It'll go well. It's gone well every other time. I'll be streaming every day. We'll see how I'm feeling this afternoon. I may just get on and do a bit of Warhammer streaming and then come on in the evening and do, like, League. I'm very tempted to go read that article, though, again. I really want to kind of, like, skim through it. Well, not skim through it, but, like, get through it thoroughly. But yes, that's going to be it for me, folks. You guys have yourselves a great morning. When I get back, I may get on here and just chill for a bit. We've got, like, regular streaming on the main channel come December. So I've only got a few more days to kind of get back in the groove of things and, you know, just get back to normal with schedules and everything before we take on Variety again. So yes, with that being said, folks, have yourselves a great morning. Thank you again, as always, and I will see you all